I'm nervous on the surface, I look fine. My brain feels heavy, my traumatized mind. And I'm so tired, I can't feel my eyes. Whoa, whoa. I'm petty, but I know how to lie. I feel feelings that I can't describe. I'm not breathing, but I'm still alive. Whoa, whoa. But I think I'll be alright, 'cause I'm not giving up, I'm not giving up yet. I feel that it's my time, so I'ma give it everything. I'ma give it everything I got. So I'ma give it everything, I'ma give it everything I got. I'ma give it everything, I'ma give it everything I got.
I saw somebody I haven't seen in a very long time. I saw wishes here.
Travelers, dear travelers, your attention please. Tonight's event is about to begin. At this time, make your way to the prep room. I repeat, my friends, tonight's event is about to begin. Kindly at this time, make your way to the prep room.
Nicolas Cage.
Switches for that.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to Fyro about
How was your day, Cage?
Yeah, the long and short of it's basically using virtual cables. What I'm going to use is virtual cables to turn decide which audio
What time zone are you in
audio
currently?
Really? At night?
when I do that, I'll also have to make it for the second audience, one doing the
Oh,
talking, which I'm
another
on
one.
that second account. Whenever it's
You
an
are
that
the
uses the header,
third. Third? Doing this account.
which does mean that they can both hack at the same time.
Another Aussie.
Hello.
Which I'm sure will be pretty some people.
Hi, Freya.
Which is kind of hard to explain.
They're enemies.
Hi, Serana.
Countries. Also all the continents.
Yeah, I'm a desktop. For a few reasons. One is I'm also watching robots fighting in Discord. Another is I have a higher chance of crashing in VR than I do on desktop, and I don't want to crash during the story time.
Basically, you bought this air conditioner, right? He bought this air conditioner to deal with the heat. And like a brand name, I can't remember, like a Romo files, a brand name Zero. And it broke because it got too hot. And he called them to try to do something with the warranty, and they were like, oh, it's only rated to operate at like 40 degrees Celsius. And so the warranty's void. And I just thought that's wild.
Shipping the cube is code behavior.
No, I'm summoning the cube.
Oh, okay. Totally different. This gets cool.
Hi.
Christmas and summer.
They can never have a white Christmas.
Why? Hey, wait, they summoned the cube. I managed to hotspot Wi-Fi without leaving the impressive.
I don't know what it is right now.
Technically, you're swapping from the route from itself to itself, but I have to unplug it.
I've seen snow in Europe.
I know that Zero is freezing. Yes, I mean, it is very fiddly, but it's doing, to be fair.
I've seen snow in Finland.
It's all very nice. My hip is rotating.
You've seen snow in New York. When we were there was snow everywhere.
Wait, was there? When?
I give this a 50% chance of not being dead.
No, there was a bunch of snow all over the streets.
Oh, yeah, there was.
What? Was there snow in London?
Yeah, there was patches of it.
I don't remember that. I went to New York, but not winter. Yeah, New York is the cheapest entry point in the
Well,
US.
you did that they're launching the thing, the campaign. Really? Oh, I guess they want
New Jersey.
Well, New Jersey counts as New York.
No, how many counts is New York?
No, actually, your place in New Jersey probably counts as that. Here, it's just New York. It's like, it's the Trump
Your
name.
place counts as
I've
New
never been
Jersey.
people in real
No,
life.
they don't even call it that. They just say new. Like, they just, we
Not
get,
that-
like, throw in. We're so close.
Yeah,
Real
okay.
quick.
I'm taking that one to Europe in a month or so.
Yeah, I wish I could go, but I kind of have
Listen,
many things.
I know. You'll be old enough to
The fourth dimension been
I am
chasing you.
He's still technically a minor, so
Yeah, oh, I think he's going.
there's questions.
Oh.
Also,
I'm
everything
sure
the
you did that,
things are red, I can't see.
We are charging our energy. Quick.
And probably will be.
Well, let me help you.
What? Oh, see, I'll be free in like a few months.
See, there's another cube.
Yeah, it's a close friend.
Seeing you.
The ether is overflowing.
I wish I could like
Cannot be contained within just one cube.
I mean, I'm sure that was possible with mods.
Yeah, if mods were still allowed, I can't.
Are you trying to do it right now, or are they not?
Number 3,
That would be so useful. Because like I want to see what you said, but I look away and I can't see you at all.
10, 9,
Oh,
8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
How much is that?
3,
$30 for the full.
2,
I kind of want the
One.
I think it's funny.
路人们，我身后的路远山的很长，铺满了你们讲真的钱，白色地带，他们都通过声音获得了生命。我面前是证明的画布，这个时刻。我必须证明，我学会的不仅仅是模仿，而是创造，不是来自我手机的浩瀚。星期几而是来自更深地方。Travelers, you surely thought there were no bright spots left in the world. This is the end, perhaps some of you have arrived at. Darkness ahead, darkness behind. Oh, travelers dearest, I assure you, that is not the case. For tonight, the VRTravellers team will prove to you that there is hope left, that there is a place that shines bright, a convergence of wills, and a last bastion of growing human ingenuity. shared through creativity. Yes, my friends, we are VRTravellers. We create immersive, story-based tours with original writing, beautiful worlds, voice acting, and 100% wholesome team effort. My name is Sheen. I am an infomorphic, highly metastasized meme complex, and one of the tour guides of VRT. Tonight is special. Quite a large group, it seems. I counted over 30 last I checked a few minutes ago. There are newcomers I can already see, but plenty of veterans here as well. Welcome all of you. We will be putting on our best performance for you. The tour of the painter last year ended on something quite interesting. Clues were earned and told. From what I've seen in our Discord community, you are right on track. But I will give you one last clue. It seems you are missing something that you are standing right next to. All you have to do is look a little bit more.
I'm missing
All
Salem?
right.
Friendship.
Have you done this adventure before?
Apologies for the delay. Travelers, I will soon open a portal to the world of the painter. This instance will be Invite Plus, so at this time please make sure you are friends with someone else on the tour. Thus, you can rejoin via sending an invite request should you need to for any reason. You may add any of the tour guides as well. We are here to assist. Now, a few rules to note. This is a story-based tour. And as with any tour in the real world, I kindly ask that you remain silent during narration. However, talking, joking, dancing, and of course discussion are all strongly encouraged while we walk between the story. Kindly stay with the group as we travel. There will be plenty of chances to explore. Next, please understand that this narrative exists in superposition, with multiple endings possible across a localized wave of time. The act of observing affects the outcome. Thus, just our presence here creates subtle differences in causality, even retroactively. Decisions made as a group can manifest great change. This means you must work together in unity during any interactive opportunities. Additionally, if at any point during the story tour a narrative entity becomes aware of your presence, please do not engage or acknowledge them. Do not attempt communication. Move away from the anomaly and alert a tour guide immediately. It is time. The 3 gates of the rendezvous have finished establishing an observer chain to the narrative domain. Stand tall, travelers, and ready yourselves to shake the heavens. My fellow tour guides, Cilantro, how bright does their hope shine from your viewpoint?
I think it is about as bright as a candle on a stormy night while reading a good book. About that bright.
Immersive. Metal Gen. How far do their dreams stretch to the edge of the world we will soon enter?
The answer is in your question, to the edge of the world we're about to enter, Sheen. Perhaps even beyond.
You heard it here, travelers. We shine bright for you. And let us show you that there is yet hope in this world. Let us show you the indomitable human spirit and the power, the infinite power of mortals. This tour begins now, and the portal opens.
My friends, could you please make a little bit of space in front of Jean for the portal to be dropped? Thank you. There we go.
I feel that in my bones.
Y'all really did an amazing job, Sheen.
Thank you. I hope the intro inspired and set the tone for the night. Travelers, gather around. Travelers, this way. Please gather around. Let's get this cubicle show on the road. Let's get this oil on the canvas. Travelers. Welcome, travelers, to the first standard candle, the central gravitas of 4D phase space that all known narratives orbit, and the origin of VRTravellers. Welcome to Time Crash Zero. Before we step into the flow of time, one last thing to note. Please at this moment make sure your world music is turned on and set to an immersive level, as music is an important part of the story. Travelers, when you are finished setting your music, observe the paintbrush which has appeared near the blank canvas. Please execute an epic gamer move called the slow fade upon clicking it. And wait for me by the village well.
Well, well, well.
Well, in that case.
If it isn't a well.
Well, well, well.
Oh, wow. This is a very big map compared to the pilot. Like, there's only so much. Well, well, well.
Get it?
What do we have here? I do wonder.
We have.
Well, in
well.
that case, I suppose we ought to
Am I the only one missing
go
music
quite
right now?
well to try and get some
That
music.
music hasn't started yet, Starlight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good.
It will. Do not worry.
Alright, thanks for the info.
I stole the music. It
wellness
was me.
center.
I took it and I put it in the well.
How dare you? Hi.
Oh.
Travelers.
I cried.
How's your day going?
Travelers gather around.
Pretty well.
Like it out.
Travelers in the back, please make sure you can
We were
hear.
trapped here
The
forever.
story will begin.
I see.
Or you may respawn.
Travelers, it has been reported that VRChat is having some issues with API. And when you teleported to this world, you may have gone somewhere else and had to try again to get here. If you're experiencing any issues like this, where menu items are not showing, or anything else like that that you suspect might be the cause of the API reported issues, kindly do not fret. If you are having trouble, please let a tour guide know and we will assist. That is what we are here for. I beg your silence. The story manifests around us, and time takes hold. A world is shared through a joyous tribute. Events owed to its form are pulled across a palette of polychromatic memories, toward a curated good ending, rendering all contradictions of contrast lost. An endless war wages on the continent of Ignis. A royal family falls from the throne in pursuit of truth. A steampunk empire fades into growing clouds of gray. A holy city's secret splits the world.
What happens at the town of Lahan?
Return.
Yeah. Well, welcome back. I'm glad to see you made it back after the blue screen.
Yeah, I'm glad you managed to arrive. Yes. Had 5? Good heavens! I am so sorry, that's terrible.
Glad you made it, though. Goodness.
Yes.
They're probably not in the town yet, but we should catch up.
Yes,
I'm glad you made it.
Yes.
Exactly right here because if you lean forward.
Toasty.
Uh-oh. My food. A certain kind of sustenance and water left eat.
Who left the stove on? It was the paint.
It looks so much better here.
Right?
The fire looks like fire.
Clearly you really want to be part of this.
Like the fire coffee bit.
No, Polar.
Really need Chelsea.
Maybe I should make myself a little less
Fry up flavored soup.
Can't I just be down to?
That's my idea.
Travelers, your attention please. The story continues. Villagers scream, running from their homes as the dark mech from before fights with 2 others of gray metal. A third mech fires its massive rifle from above at the houses. One by one, they explode into flames. No, why? What's... In the chaos, the painter rushes from house to house, gathering the elderly and children. He makes his way to the chief's house, only for it to be crushed before him as a mech is thrown overhead. The impact knocks him off his feet. He raises his head and sees it is the dark mech laying on its back, its pilot hatch now open. The painter gets up, his eyes focusing on the empty space inside. He then turns toward the sound of thrusters drawing closer. The 2 gray mechs hover in the night sky, eyes glowing, watching. Why is this happening? His own thoughts are muffled. He turns back toward the open cockpit of the dark mech. And the sound of the world quiets as the ground below him moves. My friends, he has run out of paint again and must think of a way to continue. Confused, yet calm now, he watches himself move closer to the dark mech. The painter blacks out. Travelers, this way.
We must move quickly. We don't have much
time.
We have 2.5 hours.
Bro.
At least.
This is a new place. Why are the trees so small?
Tiny trees.
We're traveling great distances.
You travel so far.
We're to the known forests.
Why is everything so small?
Trying to set the forest on fire.
Why would you do such a thing?
Because it's supposed to be on fire.
So we're just giants.
Oh no.
I get to be tall for once. Let's go.
My friends. My friends.
Are you planning to join the fight against forest fires on the side
You
of the
can.
forest fires?
You can reach out to Smokey the Bear in just a moment. For now, let's figure out what the painter is doing. The painter awakens to a blue sky. His thoughts gather around and the ground swirls into light around him. He stands and now sees the extent of the damage. Where Lahan village once was, there is only scorched earth and smoking rubble. The dark mech stands tall at its center. The conclusions come first. The village, the people he thought of as family, all lost. He cannot connect it. The emotions are not silent. They hurt as they wait to be placed. The struggle against an immense pressure to disassociate is like painfully and perpetually trying to remember where you are. Then, finally, a string of clear thoughts focuses his eyes. The woman from the song. He has lost everything, but the certainty of her existence remains solid. This is the only path that feels connected to memories that are real. The painter does not know where he is going, and the travelers do not yet realize what exactly is happening. But the ground below him moves as he watches, just as the ground below the travelers moves at their will. My friends, the painter walks, so let us follow him this way.
There's a giant spear around someone.
Alazu, when I witnessed your avatar walk by, it truly brightened my day. Thank you. All right. Just a moment. My friends, the story continues. Although the painter does not know where he is going, he is not a fool. He knows venturing into the great desert without supplies will end in death. Thus, he decides to stop in the desert trade town of Dazil. You will never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy, but here we are. Listen carefully, travelers. The painter needs supplies to survive in the desert. Thus, this is your next quest. You will have 5 minutes to search the desert town of DeVille for supplies. Again, keep track of your inventory via the tab key menu. Please return here before time expires. You will hear a bell. My friends, your quest begins. Good luck.
You got this.
So I recommend taking short bursts. So what you do is you jump, move forward, jump, move forward, jump, move forward, little bursts. Hopefully
Not
it's easier
have
to
the ladder
control.
technology.
And if you do go too far and you just come off the ladder, you hopefully can stutter step. Throw the bottle.
The important thing is done.
Fair enough.
There's one long bell.
You got something.
I got like 3 things. We might be close.
Time has expired. Welcome back, and well done, travelers. By the way, this group is very organized for such a large group. It's quite the spectacle. Thank you all for being, well, as wonderful as you always are. All right. I trust you have gathered supplies that will help the painter survive. Prepared now. He faces the great desert under an evening sky, and he continues. Travelers, we walk this way.
Yeah, my legs don't work, sorry.
Make sure to hug the cactus.
This way. Walk this way. Come on, sing with me.
Walk this way.
Walk like an Egyptian.
Is it okay if actually
I spy my little eye.
This is sad.
Yeah.
Well, I was way off. Oh.
pretty sure it's sad.
Sometimes not Star Wars.
I think we memorized the exact doom to stop at.
The story continues. The temperature falls faster than the sun. Up until the last hour, the painter had taken comfort in the background of his mind. But now the cold is too much to ignore. There is nothing on the horizon, nothing in front of him. Soon, the desert wind demands too much of his focus, forcing him to take over the rhythm of his steps. Where was he hoping to reach? Where is he going? Why does he not know of anywhere that could be ahead? Why is he doing this? Why does he not remember anything from the outside world? Why do his memories feel all wrong? It's cold The wind bites and he looks to the horizon. But this time, panic hits with the emptiness ahead. The painter wishes anything would be there, anything at all for him to focus on. And almost instantly, a light flickers. There in the distance, a beam shines up from the dunes. He slows his pace to study it. A sand ship. The vessel carves through the sand directly ahead, and soon a flag is visible, flown just over the bow. He recognizes the flag as belonging to the Kislev Steam Empire. His mind tries to trace the memory further, but nothing else connects. The large sand ship slows and soldiers disembark to surround him. The painter is unable to answer their questions, and in a blur, he is taken on board. My friends, I have unfortunate news. The painter has been taken prisoner, and so have we. We are now held captive by the great Steam Empire. This way, my friends. Enter the sand ship and remain in the first room.
Correct. We are captured. How could this be?
I was a lot smaller.
Beginning with the letter S. It's shackles.
Oh, but it's a lot bigger on the inside.
Is it comfortable? Cecil?
It's very comfortable.
Looks
This
like
is the
a
best bed I've ever laid on in my entire life.
Minecraft type bed.
They treat their prisoners good here.
Yeah, it's like
This room's bigger than mine, so I mean,
big
I
bedroom.
wouldn't complain.
There's 2 beds. I mean,
You can have a friend over in your
they went all out.
You could fit like
Does
that.
the painter get to sell me?
I my bed was 1 polygon.
What? What? You like your bed was 1 polygon?
Hilarious.
What?
That's the one count of your sheet.
Goodness gracious.
I
Travelers,
came to a decision, which is I'm some form of angel.
Nice.
you're an angel? Well, of course you are. All right. The painter has been placed in a holding cell. What happened between then and now is a fading blur to him. At this moment, the pressure in his mind seems to lift a bit as he is warmed up within this room. He can think clearly now, and strangely, his mind is given a question, a spoken trial connected to the memory of the song, the one he searches for. And thus, he cannot resist, as everything is suddenly so specific. A welcoming blur of concepts, a welcoming sprinkle of concepts in the blur of his mind. And thus, this is your next quest. My friends, I will present a spoken trial to you. If you wish to answer, please stand between the beds, and all here will listen. We have time for 2 attempts. The spoken trial appears in the painter's mind as follows. Does complete mutual understanding exist? And if it does, how do you define it? And if it does not, why?
I say, no, it does not
Stewie Stew Gaming. Yes, Ah, apologies. Your eagerness to start. Sorry to interrupt. Yes, please, the floor is yours. Continue.
Honestly, I think it does not exist since you can never fully understand exactly what a person is thinking unless you were them. And even things that they're not thinking that can influence their actions in their subconscious, they don't even know.
Interesting. The latter part of your statement is something I've never heard a traveler speak in this room. So, it is impossible to know, to simplify your words, what another is thinking. You state this is because of physical limitations of the bodies we inhabit and the world we inhabit. Do I have that right so far?
Yep, that's right.
And then you said, not only that, it is impossible for someone to fully understand the perhaps thoughts, words, or yearnings of their subconscious because we have no way of directly communicating with it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well said. So bleak it is to be limited by baryonic matter. If only there was a way around this. If only there was some method to go through it rather than around it, or some way to utilize the separated parts acting in unison. Thank you for your answer, Stewie. The Rat Diarmid. Hello and welcome.
That was an interesting way to address me. The rat. Yeah, that's me. What's up?
Diarmid, my love for you is found atop an infinite mountain at the end of my spiritual journey that I forever am promised to be on. Yes.
I love you too, Shane.
The floor is yours, dear friend.
I didn't actually write it down this time, but complete mutual understanding does exist, and it occurs when a person performs as a character of their creation, i.e., in the real number domain, projecting something from the narrative domain.
All right. And could you give an example of something that they would be projecting and why this justifies the existence of complete mutual understanding, if you don't mind?
Let's say, because this is the example that inspired me to come back to this as my answer for this. Jim Henson, creator of the Muppets, performing as, let's say, Kermit the Frog or Rolf the Dog. Like those characters, he's performing them, like everything that they are is something that the creator, Jim Henson, understands about them. And because when, like, the life that is within them is behind the wall of the narrative domain, because that is still just Jim Henson, that life of the Muppet is, like, does have complete understanding of Jim Henson. So it is mutual.
I see. Yes. I do have a follow-up for you. I wanted to ask you a moment ago to try to justify the existence of said topic without using examples of characters created in the narrative domain. But I think I would rather ask you a different follow-up question.
Okay.
This one is, Jim Henson creates an elaborate story with the character that is his Muppet, and people grow attached to it and write their own extensions of fan fiction that lives on in their local headspace. It is thus shared, and the life is extended of the character in that way. There are some that are written that are loyal to the original lore, and although they are extending the story, they abide by all the rules of the lore, and there are some that do not, that are more closer to that of an original idea. Regardless, the character's name stays the same, and their appearance, and more or less the way that they are presented and speak. So, knowing all of this, I kindly ask you, dear Mid, is complete mutual understanding possible with a character that is not yours, but you have done fan fiction for, such as the example I gave?
I suppose if you were to read, experience, look into every single thing that I guess is, how do I explain this? I mean, I guess if you know the pure essence of the character and know this, like the source material, and know everything that's been written about the character, you know everything that the character is because of how the narrative domain works. Like it is, what exists in it is only what is written. Therefore, if you know the essence of the character within this sort of unstable space that is the narrative domain, you can have complete mutual understanding. Well, complete understanding of that character. It would be mutual if you were performing as the character, and so the character then has access to you through you in a way. That's why I use the Muppets as an example, because when you're performing as the character, they also have you in a way, you see.
I suppose a key mechanic that the whole entire structure pivots on is that the wills align, that of your creation and that of you actively creating your creation and writing, doing, executing what it does. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would say so.
Regardless if it is possible or not, on that secondary question I asked you, I would like to speculate that it is a fantastic way for two separate minds in the real number domain to grow together, to know one another, to share joy. How very wholesome. Well, what you said indicates that you are looking inward. Wonderful mortal. You perhaps know not what you do. You are speaking of synchronicity with id and ego archetypes as complementary paradigms, to understand the instinctual spirit, to balance it with the needs of reality, and finally to judge it with morality. This is to achieve unity of mind and will. This is to coincide with your past and future self. This is to love yourself unconditionally as a projection before for you that you unify with. This is complete mutual understanding. Well done, and congratulations. This quest is past, travelers.
Thank you, Sheen. And I hope that the conversation made the answer a little bit more clear.
My brain still hurts.
Welcome to VRT, where we dip into psychology.
I came here
Only
for
a
the
little
story,
bit.
not
Your avatar is very cool, being 2D.
Oh no, travelers. Please don't put me up there. I am a pseudo-intellectual. I assure you I am a massive dork. No. Alright. My friends,
It's hard to judge oneself.
Relative compared to human levels of intelligence, I think you're probably like
Sleep if you need, dear.
up there somewhere.
Okay, but think about it. All intellectuals are dorks.
I'm also dying. I stay up too late.
perhaps they are. But, again, I don't think I'm up there, but I appreciate your words. My friends, let's get back to the task at hand. A memory breaks through to the painter. Words from a vague source, but unified in meaning. The inchoate vestige of realization comes, a form ever changing, never changes. The man within, the man without. Who is it when the shape of flesh warps to match the mind? The chimera never ceases. Looking out from the porthole, he notices something in the sand heading toward the sand ship. Wisp of sand fly behind it. Suddenly, an explosion rocks the holding cell, knocking the painter to the ground. Alarms begin blaring and the door unlocks, swinging open. Before he can get up, a second boom rattles the whole ship. The room begins to tilt as soldiers rush down the outside hall. Travelers, this vessel has been struck by sand torpedoes and is now sinking fast. The painter must escape, and so must all of you, travelers. Quickly, my friends, find a way out before the ship sinks.
No.
Last one that jumps the door for real. Travelers, please enter and wait for me on the other side.
Well,
There's no way.
oh, is this a neck bite? Oh, it's a slime from before.
Alright,
I have found a darkness slime. I'm a flyer.
Nightman, nightman.
Lock in.
What's your plan, Yoshi?
I already have it all
It's
planned.
okay.
Okay.
The goop is needed by the sky.
First off,
I can make the slime.
We are going to use our shield to block the attack.
That's right.
Before that,
Okay.
okay,
right, yes. And then what?
Well, it depends on. It actually depends. The turn organizing this.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah.
So what's your plan? Presumably the other
If it gets onto the radio,
Okay.
I don't know. I'll come off the line because
Right.
It was about that. Does it have
completely new understanding for like fan fiction.
Okay.
Did you get my link?
fan fiction. I was saying maybe not with it may not yet the like character, but with this new with the author of that fan fiction, I would say yes.
If you're not adverse to sailing the high seas,
I guess it depends.
I can.
You've
I
seen all of
am
these
not in
read,
any way.
seen, witnessed all of the procedures.
It is my preferred method of getting stuff.
Even in case where it does, if it does good, if it doesn't, it probably still does get off with that with a fan fiction author.
I kind of know. I don't know much about
Travelers.
books and
If
stuff
they
like
have
that.
the original character.
Travelers, the story continues.
Their own version.
Some files or links. You know how to torrent?
Look, I still use LimeWire.
Not off the top of my head.
Okay.
Seems Fireman's having a lot of technical issues.
Controllers keep losing.
Dashing through the maze of corridors, the painter finally makes it to the top deck. Down below, he can see the familiar shape of the dark mech. It is loaded on the lower deck, staring up. His mind races, but his body acts toward the only option now. He jumps from above, landing on its chest plate. The hatch opens, as if waiting for him. With the painter at the controls, the dark mech rockets away from the sinking sand ship. He lands safely and waits. Suddenly, the sand rips up violently near his feet, ending his chain of thoughts. The painter turns to face the source of the attack. A crimson mech hovers just above the sand and strikes a challenging pose. Hanging from its arms are dual retractable golden whips. A single massive white feather adorns its head, and one of its sensors is covered with an eye patch. The painter sees he is being hailed on his comms. Upon connecting, the Crimson Mech's pilot immediately accuses the painter of being a steam soldier and demands he surrender the stolen mech. He tries to explain he is just a civilian, but a golden whip again strikes the sand at his feet. The painter must choose his next action carefully, and thus, travelers, so must we. Travelers, the painter has no choice but to fight, and this is our next quest. The mysterious Crimson Mech flings its golden whips high behind it, forming an X silhouette over the shining desert sun, as if to summon divine providence unto our hero. What will the painter do? You have 20 seconds to discuss.
Just move aside.
Do not attack.
So, do you want to defend in this case?
In this case, a great shield and the stance of kicking sand, the attack, and the block it has all your
just back off. Just You'll probably get. Yeah, honestly, I like the sand screen idea. Just top of the ground, make the sand all rise up around them, and then just.
Time has expired. Savage CXV, may I call on you? No worries at all. I will call on someone else. Let's see. uniquely in the back. The rest of your name, apologies, I cannot see from here. May I call on you? That's a no. Alright, no worries at all. Let's see. Deerfish, may I call on you?
You may.
Deerfish, what will the painter do?
The painter will stamp the mech to create a wall of sand by flinging sand up with the stamp.
I see. Are you doing this to provide a way to counterattack? Or is this classified as an attack in your mind? Or is this some sort of taunt?
I see this as something to block the other mech's strikes.
To defend, I see. The dark mech takes a quick jump back, swings back its right leg high, straight up towards the hot desert sun. The metal gleams with the heat and the light, briefly blinding the pilot of the Crimson Mech. He then brings his heel down hard into the sand, shaking the earth around him. An explosion of sand erupts, surrounding them both, and blocking all sight of the battle. However, it does nothing to stop the golden whip flying through the air, as it easily cuts through the sand and cuts through the armor of the dark mech, taking a direct hit. The dark mech takes significant damage this round. Round 2 begins.
Okay, so we gotta be explicit and say we dodge it. Got it.
The Crimson Mech turns so its side faces forward. Its left arm raises to defend and intercept. Its right arm remains behind with whip hanging at the ready. What will the painter do? 20 seconds.
What's the move now?
Since the whip has the advantage in range, so what if we just get close?
What if he grabs the bitch?
Yeah, they can do that.
I have one hand. Why does
The move here is to, right now, the bad guy is in a stance to counterattack us. Go to, yeah. Exactly. Exactly. But now you have taunt. And you have to use the word taunt in your how good it happens. It's probably not a bad idea. But like I said, just being able to taunt him is what's the idea.
Time has expired. Let's see here. Ether Memento, may I call on you?
Me? Okay.
Ether Memento. The Crimson Mech takes a stance where he's watching what the painter will do, ready to counterattack. So, what will the painter do, Ethan?
I think that the Dark Mech should simply take a couple steps back and cross his arms, stare disappointingly at the Red Mech's decisions. daring him to do something else. Basically a taunt.
The dark mech takes 2 steps back. And the crimson mech watches. The painter then wills the machine to pull its hands up and rest them on its armored plates around the hips. It then lowers its head slightly, giving a appearance of a disappointing stare. The crimson mech does not move, and the pilot is confused. Within the dark mech, the painter, out of nowhere, for whatever reason, decides to use the auxiliary speaker. And as he presses the button to talk, the words come from his mouth and are blasted out for the whole desert to hear. Son, I am disappointed. The pilot of the Crimson Mech flails his arms in anger and breaks a finger while smashing the console. Apparently, we struck a nerve. The Crimson Mech takes significant damage this round. Well done, travelers. Round 3 begins. The Crimson Mech retracts its golden whips. Through the comms, the pilot accuses the painter of disrespecting the Desert Kingdom and informs him he will die before the true family of the throne. What will the painter do? 20 seconds.
In this case, we kick the balls. Attack. What I would say is
Time has expired. Let's see here. Bethlehem, may I call on you? I see. I understand. while the Crimson Mech is busy going on with his taunt against the painter. He speaks more and more of dishonor and how he is a thief for stealing a machine if he really is a innocent citizen. The words hurt, but the painter snaps out of it and takes action. He searches the cockpit around him, and lying behind the seat is a book. It is a copy of Advanced. He opens it and looks inside. Quickly, he studies what he sees. A series of illustrations and words. It all comes together, unifying instantly. And the painter performs a technique called Divine Impact. The dark mech's wings extend as it begins charging up with ether. He swings a leg high, then brings it down hard, striking the earth. The shockwave travels underground, then explodes upwards under the Crimson Mech in a burst of molten rock and ether. The fire from below melts the sand and tears off the armor of the Crimson Mech, causing him to go flying upward, directly above and as a silhouette of the hot desert sun. Like a ball made of billowing black smoke, he begins to fall back down, crashing into the earth. The Crimson Mech has taken significant damage this round. Not defeated, but shaken up by the tremendous display of power. He is stunned and is taking a while to recover. The painter watches and does not move. He begins to feel bad for what's going on, wondering if it is correct to be fighting. His chain of thoughts are continually broken, denied from completion as he tries to justify what is he doing and why is he here. As a result, the Dark Mech's interpreter cannot read the images in his mind, and it becomes harder to move. The lack of control terrifies him, and his focus lets go. Finally, in a full panic, he puts his head down and wishes just for coherence of anything. In reaction, the Dark Mech's wings open wide, the thrusters ignite, and with a sudden burst of power, it flies straight up, disappearing behind the clouds in seconds. The painter has fled from the battle. My friends, the Crimson Mech was not defeated, but is too stunned to follow. And thus, my friends, the painter soars over the hot desert into a completely empty blue sky. My friends, let us follow this way.
I would say we did win the fight.
We didn't die.
We didn't lose it.
I think.
Please enter.
There you go.
I'm scared to touch anything, so I don't want to break it, but yes, everything is working again, including the eye tracking for some reason, and it's even better than before. So, I don't know.
Travelers, your attention please.
I don't know what the
My
migraine
dear
is.
friends, your attention please. The story continues. The painter follows the high winds above the desert. He does his best to silence any thought. Soon, he sees the dark mech parked before him, and he turns away to enter a large city. He finds his way down the steps to a long market street. His surroundings mix with his thoughts like a warm blanket. The yelling of fresh and ripe, the rapid arms and hands haggling, the chopping of knives, curtains of smoking meats and vibrant fabric, the jovial laughter. Shoulder to shoulder, he wades through the crowd, and it all melts together under the hot sun into Synathesia. Synathesia to safely hide under. Got it. With his senses busy, he rests as he watches himself walk through the capital of Ava, the great desert kingdom of Bledavik. After a time, he finds himself in the warm shade of a covered alleyway. He sits down against a wall, watching his hands held together over his lap. There is still a bit of paint on his fingers and nails. Soon, a shadow of a person approaches and moves over his hands. He wishes for anything but trouble. Anything. He pulls his hands to his sides, but does not look up. A voice asks him if he is a survivor of Lahan. The painter slowly leans back. He sees not one, but two young men standing over him, both of dark blonde hair, one wearing an eye patch, and the other a bandana. They share close features, appearing similar in all but clothing style, as the former is dressed in a formal jacket, the latter a pilot uniform half-zipped and tied around his waist. You know who I am? The man with the eye patch does not answer. But instead, he explains they are responsible for sinking the sand ship and the ones who attacked him in the desert. The painter stands up, readying himself again for a fight. But the same man speaks more softly this time and assures him they only want to talk. The other man, in the bandana, finally speaks, explaining he already lost to him in battle and he is not here to fight again. He only wants to talk to him about the dark mech and perhaps make a deal. They invite the painter to walk with them, offering to buy supplies from the street market. My friends, the three of them walk together up the main street toward Bledavik Castle. Thus begins our next quest. Listen carefully. You all must explore this city of Bledavik and gather supplies. The quest area covers both the market and the carnival ahead in the next area. Thus, this time, you will have 8 minutes to search. I will be waiting for you, not here, but at the end of the main city street, near the castle. Before time expires, please come find me all the way at the end of this street. You will hear a bell. Just a moment. All right. We are ready. Travelers, your quest begins now. Good luck.
Alright, let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah. Go ahead and do the quest. I'll be
yes,
there
other
to
than migraine, like actual one.
I'll roll in with
Oh.
Yeah, nobody's mixed a miracle before.
There it is.
Oh no. What's my help? I've got. Oh. Lemonade Clariot. Lemonade. No. Nobody's done Show Miracle or Lemonade. Okay. I'm gonna vote please Natal. Sorry, I'm trying to do. Is there anyone in your skull right now or no?
Nope, their phone died and therefore I am free. Hence, annoying. coming through. Ah, that's embarrassing.
No. Right there. You want to close them. So. You're going? No. Also, update on my ability to breathe. I can again.
That's good.
It's reduced. Nothing like random asthma.
Get upstairs.
Whoa, is this a map? Maybe this is the key to everything. It's right in front of us this whole time. That's the hint. You're standing right next to it. It turns out it's a QR code that has the solution. Oh yeah. Yeah, track it. You're right. Okay. Hands up, Bracket. Fast up, don't get cast like me. It's all a matter of perspective.
It's comedy.
I know. It definitely depends on the back.
I feel inspired to help.
Oh, you saw it.
Good sticker placement.
Got it working to plug in. Hoping both to work out, but right now I got both staring out of the drone.
Not perfect. There's a few things not quite right with it, but like better. I think so.
Yeah, the thing I was talking about with the way that I plan to make
Yeah,
okay, what's it called? But then
my wings are forming as more
is that the body so that we control the
wings.
main one, which is basically going to have an invisible player sitting inside the head. The other one on the seat. Hug.
Oh yeah.
Hug.
The process of me realizing I'm an angel is what's going on.
Where goes the stick?
Hear me.
Fair enough.
And then that's
I'm
how we
establishing dominance.
Hold on.
Sure.
We can talk about that more
I
after.
would appreciate that. I'm not sure we'll put that together soon, but
Actually, quite right now, since I'm not in VR right now. Look in Discord in a few minutes.
will do in the barely functional mobile app.
Truant. The Truant office isn't coming for you.
Let me see. How many stories have next? The painter one. The painter one has
Travelers.
Tyler has next.
Travelers. My friends.
Let's go.
It is time. Time has expired. I beg your silence. Travelers, I beg your silence. Gather around where you can hear. The story continues. Welcome back, and well done. The two mysterious men have discussed their proposition at length with the painter. He has done his best to listen intently. What he remembers is these two men live as desert pirates, but their true identities are the exiled princes of the Desert Kingdom. Years ago, their father returned from a trip to the western lush mountains. Although Ava had just gained the upper hand in the endless war with the Kislev Steam Empire, Ava soon began to pull back their forces. The Desert King began speaking of a greater enemy, one that would require the Steam Empire as an immediate ally at all cost. He spoke of the end of the world. He spoke of a true history invalidating the past, and a royal family treasure of divine power. He spoke of something that would save the kingdom through an act of God, something that they would have to unearth. Distrust of the crown grew, and soon the people were eager for answers, as no enemy or great calamity had appeared. Desperate and in fear of running out of time, the king departed alone to search for the hidden treasure. The power vacuum left behind was easily filled by an admiral from the kingdom's army. The admiral immediately reinstated forces to the war front and won the people's support. The two sons of the Desert King protested and were immediately banished. Now, the brothers live in exile with a small band of loyalists. They plunder to survive and continue their father's search. They believe the admiral may have murdered their father in pursuit, as they routinely clash with his forces searching for the treasure. They propose the painter help them take back the throne. There is no such weapon as an ether amplifier in the kingdom. And after witnessing the painter's skill and the power of the dark mech, they believe it is possible to win. The painter, unaware of such a weapon, existed on the dark mech, but somehow he understands, and he knows of its existence. In return, the brothers offer to help the painter find who he is looking for, and a place as a knight of the crown. The painter continues to think as he studies their faces. The prince, wearing the eye patch, turns to look at Ludovik Castle. Through a small gap near the strap, the sunlight shines in on his face underneath. The painter can see a strange crystalline growth on his skin. It shimmers ever so slightly. The prince in the bandana steps in his line of sight and explains that the admiral is likely responsible for destroying his village, as he is attacking any and every settlement across Ava. This would also be a chance for revenge, they explain. The painter looks away, retreating into his head. He feels as if they are telling the truth. However, he never told them he was looking for someone. Something is off. His mind warns him not to press further on it. Now, the painter must make a choice, and thus, so must all of you, travelers. Now, at the halfway point, our tour group will split into two separate groups. Each group will advance the story simultaneously. Which path you take depends on this major choice. Listen carefully. If you choose to trust the Prince brothers and agree to help them take back the throne, please stand next to my fellow tour guide, Cilantro. If you choose to not trust the princes and instead go your own path, please stand next to my fellow tour guide, Metalgen. We will take a 4-minute washroom break while you make your choice. This is the halfway point of the tour. Your 4-minute break begins now.
So which one are you gonna choose?
I think I should try some.
Try some robots.
Talking
you about that.
Which one?
Neon
boots.
Versus do together.
Which one's MSU going on?
How many people are going on that route? What route?
Okay, so that's over there.
So which one? Do you trust the princes or do you not trust them?
No, I didn't think
there's a general.
See, a cube in a mirror is very strange because transparency doesn't work properly for the particles.
Alright then. Let's go into that.
I have the VR chat one. That's why this is here.
I'll just wait until.
That's amazing.
A cube and a mirror walk into an apothecary.
Exactly.
Ouch.
It's like the 90s transparent purple.
So intro.
Nice.
You still heard it.
It's also genuinely
I chose a different. Huh?
Into the
I said you still heard it. I chose a different
But that's trust
word. So you wouldn't hear it, but you still heard it.
Sorry. Look how close I can get to my own face.
It's very obvious to hear.
I suppose.
Ashley, question.
Did I tell you the best joke in the world before?
No. Can you still find payment on this path? Or is that only on the other one?
I don't know.
Okay, so I got you. I picked it up.
I know factually you can't on that one.
Here's the best joke in the world, alright?
That
A
one
man walks into a bar.
I don't know which one I want to go on now.
It's been about an hour and a bit.
I figured I might. I tend to tell it to people. It's the best joke in the world.
Yeah, that's just a lot.
I love that avatar.
Did you tell him that tongue twister that you got in?
Oh, that's the best.
I did, I think.
The free version is 2
Some people know how to use that avatar really well. They get annoying little picture
Objective is subjectively
It's from a game, right? I don't know the game it's from. I've only seen people using it. It's like Zelda.
Oh, well, let me be right back.
When I made this.
Yeah, that's what Zelda. I'm a rare gamer who hasn't played
He fled.
any of the Zelda games.
He fled.
It's so loud.
Even though I know this
I don't know.
Man, I haven't thought about. You just used logic. It was super effective. I haven't thought about Xenogears.
1 minute remains.
Or Xenogear.
1 minute remains.
Some tundras.
Maybe I should emulate that.
My logic
What
behind
kind of
that
tree
one
grows
is
in
if
here?
it's changed, there's a chance that there's a pigment
Oh,
on it.
that's funny.
The last
I want to be able to
Exactly.
disco rabbit, but I do not have the setup
more or
for
less told us what four
And
pigments.
I'd rather be able to break it.
The last one of them.
Let's do disco rabbit.
Oh wait, Halazu!
I'm like,
Come. You must try. If you don't already know it, I hope you don't. English's most potent and shortest tongue twister. Do you want to hear it? It's only 2 words. The first word is Irish. Go ahead. Irish. The second word is wristwatch. Go ahead. Wristwatch. Now, see if you can say it 3 times fairly quickly.
What everything is.
Irish
I don't know if they can actually get back to us.
My friends. Actually, I do believe they should be able to use the fast travel menu.
Most potent.
Actually, yes, might I ask you to go and get them, Mr. Helmish? I need to be here at this moment. Thank you so much.
You are wonderful, and I'm honored that you're here. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
I may be a tech geek, but I'm not a tech nerd.
Of course.
Also pretty epic.
Where are they?
I try.
That's the best.
No, where is Tag? Not even here.
All right, travelers, time has expired. Hopefully you have made your choice. For those of you that have chosen to trust the princes, well done, and please show your new tour guide, Cilantro, the same respect that you have shown me thus far. Good luck, travelers. And for those of you that have chosen to go your own path, well done, and please also show the same respect to your new tour guide, Metalgen, that you have shown me thus far. Travelers, good luck. We will meet again. I'm sure of it. Resonance.
Oh, it's summer for you, right? What's the temperature like down there?
You might not trust the princess, but you can trust me.
400 degrees
For
Kelvin.
now, kindly lend your attention. We will step away to begin our path at the outskirts of the city. Follow me.
My friends, hello and welcome. I see you have all made the decision to trust the princess. I do wonder, is it wise to trust someone that you have only just met? I suppose the painter will find out what the consequences of their actions are. And so shall we. My friends, travelers, my name is Cilantro, and I will be your guide on this path. Kindly lend me your attention. The Desert Prince, with the eye patch and formal jacket, stares at the castle gates. The other places a hand on the painter's shoulder. The prince says he knows this is a lot to take in, and how they have done most of the talking. The prince watches him, and the painter finally speaks. I understand what you want, but how do you know I'm looking for someone? How do you know I was in Lahan? The prince in the bandana explains that during their fight, the painter was screaming through the comms. He had yelled about the church taking a woman from him and the war following him to his village. The princes, having heard the news of Lahan's destruction, gathered that he had escaped. When they saw him piloting the dark mech, they knew it must have been him. And why didn't you just take it?
Right back. I have a friend.
The princes admit that they tried to take the mech, but it would not open for them. The formerly dressed prince adds that they would rather have him as their ally after seeing his talent in battle. The painter looks down, his mind again trying to apply their answers to his many questions about everything. He grows tired of standing sheltered behind his thoughts. The painter looks the brothers in their eyes, now speaking with a forced conviction. I'm tired of trying to make sense of everything. Unlike mine, your situation is clear. I'll join your cause. It is all I have. The prince in the bandana smiles and grabs his arm, pulling him into a hug. He tells the painter that they are like brothers. The other places a hand on his back, explaining that he is now a knight of Vledevik, and they will protect him as family to the crown. The brothers ask the painter to follow so that they can explain their plan in a more secure location. Travelers, let's follow them too. This way.
Hey, Fred!
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Here we go. We found a cube.
So the cube is the tour guide.
you've been around. Cube mystery.
Oh man, yesterday they get muggy. I'm just bored, so I just had to say hi and join VR chat.
Yep. And this is
Yeah, I'm in the middle of an event.
reminds me a lot of it.
Every Sunday or so. Got a couple of friends
Ah, yes. Xenogears. A timeless story. One might even mistake this one for it. I would recommend asking Jean that question, what is Xenogears? I'm sure he will indulge you for a while about it. That's an understatement. But in any case, my friends, it is time for the story to continue. The three travel via a small sand shuttle to avoid detection, their mechs loaded on board. The captain of the sand shuttle, a loyalist to the royal family, tells the painter about the geology of the region as he drives. The continent of Ignis is mostly made up of volcanic rock. Ether currents continue to give flow to the sand, but deep underground, where the wind cannot reach, they created a vast network of caves as the igneous rock cooled and crystallized around them. The royal family used these tunnels for shelter and transport years ago, but the Admiral forbids it now. With the recent earthquakes happening, the people can only wonder what is going on down there. One of the prince's details that their lost family treasure is hidden somewhere in the desert. They have searched everywhere, except the northern region near the border with the Steam Empire, as those caves are usually occupied by the Admiral's forces. However, they will have an opportunity to search the caves tomorrow. The military must, by tradition, return to the castle to participate in a great festival. The tournament? The painter asks. The other prince confirms, explaining that it is the 338th Tournament of Strength, a nationwide martial arts tradition that the best soldiers participate in. It starts early tomorrow and goes on for several days. The perfect distraction for them to search for the treasure. The eye-patch-wearing prince tells the painter how their father entrusted them with ancient scripts and stories telling of the treasure. The power is said to be great enough to end all wars. The princes plan to take back the throne, end the war, and prepare for the coming of a greater threat than their father warned them of. The Grey? The brothers both look at the painter. He heard himself say those words, but he does not remember speaking. He quickly apologizes and says he doesn't know what he meant, and he is still taking it all in. The three talk long into the evening before sleeping in the back of the sand shuttle. They eventually arrive at the northern mountains at the edge of the Great Desert. Before leaving the shuttle, the captain looks over his shoulder and asks the painter to hand him the coffee pot behind his seat. The painter hands it over, and the captain winks as he thanks him. The painter makes his way into the sands, and travelers, so shall we. But first, might I ask you all to stand very still as I count how many of you are here on this path. As a tour guide, I cannot let you get lost upon this path. As it is quite treacherous. So let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I guess that's 14 and a half. 15, 16 lovely travelers. Perhaps 17. I'm unsure. In any case, my friends, now that we are prepared, let us head forth into the sand caverns. This way. The party of 3 stands before an incredible display of natural ether phenomenon. A river of sand winds around the mountains, spreading out as it fills a wide valley. Then, suddenly, ending as a colossal curtain of sand falls. The smooth grinding of the earth is soothing and warm. Tight curls of bronze sand shimmer with slight chromatic aberration as they churn at the crescent base. The brothers explain this place was recently unearthed and is connected to a central nexus that was filled with sand. The party boards their mechs and continues forward. This way. My friends, watch your step.
Oh, we are supposed to
On
die.
you, I don't have feet. Wait, I do. Never mind.
Your keyboard is very loud, Miss Cube.
That feeling when I
Ah, yes. The sound of jumping.
I've been on a ride like this before. Didn't like it.
You didn't like it, like what?
Yeah, not the ones where you like go straight up. I
Like
like
the
rides
falling and dropping rides.
Yeah.
I don't like rides in general. I mean, I don't like. It depends on how bad they are. Like, I could ride small.
Oh no, I like an intense roller coaster, but like you just go straight up and
roller
then just
coasters
drop
that go
off.
upside down?
Yeah, upside down, loop de loop, left and right, inside out.
I don't think your roller coaster should be going into the fifth dimension. Not gonna lie. Might wanna.
Those are the fast ones.
Oh, really?
See, a track like this.
I can't even tell what shape this is. It's a sphere within a sphere. Like, it's a spiky sphere. Like, I can't even comprehend
called
this
a
shape.
tesseract.
My friends. 1,000 apologies. Please allow me one moment. My microphone has decided to, well, dislodge itself from its usual resting place. I will return in one moment.
What's the story about so far? Is it interesting? And
That's the problem with multidimensionality.
It's a painter, and it's so hard to summarize.
Is it because three people went to this place and it was like that, and then they went to another place and it was like that? I'm sure there's something. And then they went to another place and then they did this thing. I'm not sure if that's a story. That's more like a travel log.
Ah, there we go. My friends, I have returned.
Jeez, that's a wall.
This is terrible.
No, it's not necessary. It starts with a tragedy.
My friends, I have returned. These caves are truly treacherous. Please hold on to your hats and your keyboards and your microphones as, well, it's very easy to lose things here. But in any case, my friends, the story must continue. The cave is cool, almost cold, and the air is thick with ether. The strange contrast feels foreign and confusing to the senses. There are many sandfalls dotting the ceiling. Some pour sporadically with high pressure, like angry pumps of the earth's blood. The three explore deep into the cavern, eventually encountering a whirlpool of sand. The anomaly is fed from the sandfalls while continuously draining, maintaining a chaotic equilibrium. Turning back, they search for another way. The painter spots a lighted doorway that appears to be a living space, and the princes join him to investigate.
Oh, we gotta go through this thing. Interesting.
This is house bigger than mine. I don't mind living here. As long as it got electricity and AC, and I'm fine with it.
Do go gentle into that good light.
What?
Reminds me of PlayStation 1 graphic, you know, Mega Man Legends.
Go on in school. Don't go
It's
gentle
from
into the light.
PlayStation
Is that good now?
1 game or 2.
No, we don't. Oh, maybe.
I think they were just stylized like
Rage
that.
against the dying of the light.
No, it's from a game.
Deus Ex Machina?
Deus
Gears.
Deus Ex Machina.
Which game?
Deus, whatever.
Dina Gears, I think.
Basically, no. We did not do any of that.
I gotta give you some poetry to read.
Aw, that's adorable.
We like,
gonna stack of
Shakespeare is
books.
very
It's a TNT block, but okay.
My friends, my friends, the story continues. The painter and the formally dressed prince examine a strange wall of skulls. The other prince finds a journal and calls them over. The three read together the writings of what appears to be a servant of the king. This person became trapped here due to an earthquake that shifted the ether currents of the sands above. Turning the page, they see that the flow of sand is kept at bay by a barrier that closes when it detects a high flow. There are 6 sand sensors placed throughout the cavern that close the barrier completely when all are activated. Now, the flow has changed directions, and deep areas have flooded as a result. The painter turns the page. Quickly. The prince with the eye patch pulls the journal away. He explains that he knows what to do now. The whirlpool must be drained completely to open the path forward. To do this, they must deactivate the sand sensors. He suggests that the three of them split up to reach the sand sensors faster. After confirming that they all understand, the prince with the eye patch leaves, holding the servant's journal. The other follows. The painter begins to follow, but stops to look at the display of skulls once more. His eyes focus on the tiny shadows of the porous white texture blending into decayed gray. I destroyed Bloodowit Castle? The painter freezes. He spoke these words just now. There were no thoughts. Why? He said them out loud, he is sure. An unsettlingly calm and unfamiliar voice speaks to the painter. It tells him that what he just said is the truth. A man, dressed in dark, ivory clothes, steps out from behind a wall. He wears an emotionless expression. The painter is unsure if he is real. The man asks the painter if he can really trust himself around his new friends. The painter responds that he does not know what the man is talking about. The man replies that he was sent here to spy on the princes and discover their secret. The treasure? You're here to take it before we do. The spy laughs. He explains those who sent him already know about the treasure beneath the desert. He is not here for that. He is here to uncover the real secret of the princes. However, he has now discovered something just as interesting. The person responsible for the destruction of Bloodowit Castle and the murder of the Ava King. He stares at the painter as if waiting for him to speak, and the painter's mind races. I didn't do it. The spy turns away and shrugs in disdain. He warns the painter that the princes must not find out while he is here. But if they reach the end of this cavern, they just might. I did not destroy Lahan. The spy turns back, studying the painter's eyes. He asks if the painter is even in control of his own thoughts at this moment. If he can hear outside his head. What do you want from me? The spy shrugs again. He tells the painter he will see him around and wishes him luck in finishing what he started. The spy walks out. The painter stands for a while, staring at nothing. Eventually, he finds himself outside, boarding the dark mech once more. friends, welcome. Ah, yes. A sandfall. There's more where that came from. In the quest area, because my friends, your next quest will begin shortly. But first, please listen closely to these instructions. My friends, have we lost anyone? Let me do a quick head count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh,
One of my
am I
friends
missing
left.
something? 15. Alright, that means that everyone is accounted for. Thank you for letting me know. Alright, my friends. According to the Royal Servant's Journal, there are 6 sand sensors located in the caverns over in that direction. And in order for the painter and the princes to progress, they must deactivate all 6 of them, as only that will stop the flooding. You will have 6 minutes to search the sand caverns and switch each sensor off. If not done in time, then the sand barrier will close once more, and the caverns will flood with sand. Once the time has expired, you will hear a bell. Please return here to the hermit's house once you hear the bell. In the meantime, let me show you where the quest area begins. This way. Alright, my friends. The quest area includes this room, the one that we are in right now. Then there's a room behind me, and then there's a third room that is marked by a red arrow. There's also a very long and empty tunnel. That one's used for later. That is not part of the quest area, so if you find yourself there, you may turn back. Alright, my friends. Are you ready to brave the sand caverns? In that case, my friends, your time starts now.
This is where the red arrow goes?
Ask not for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee.
Stripping tree or something?
My friends, welcome.
Strangling fruit, is that what it is?
No.
While we wait for everyone to return, has anyone found any interesting pigments
Were you able to get
while
pigments?
traversing?
I
Oh?
did find a pigment.
Okay, quick, Polly.
Yeah. It was. I don't know which one it was now, but I definitely found a pigment. It was either gilded bronze or scubble off forest. Or it could have been
They in
flat
order?
paroxysm.
I see, interesting.
Order, then it might be scubble off forest.
No, I don't know. I'm asking if they are. I have no idea.
It might be, because I'm looking at it. I think this was the order I got stuff in. Yeah. So it was.
My last one's Lusty Gallant, and I found one.
I sneakily took my friend to one because I have never been to this.
Interesting, interesting.
It could make sense.
First in, first out.
Was the Lusty Gallant on the little jumpy? Yeah.
I think it is just like a painter to collect pigments deep within a cave while piloting a mech. Sure, he has an eye for it.
Yeah, most painters I know do the exact same thing.
They go into caves and pick up pigments?
While piloting mechs, yeah. Artists are great. You should find yourself a group of artists. Great friends. Don't trust artists who don't have a group, though. Gotta be careful.
I know people who know how to draw, but like they ain't artists. What's your definition of an artist?
Well, I don't know. My country's a little bit different. You can't be an artist unless you're willing to sacrifice everything because there's no money here for it. So.
There's very different standards here.
The plight of the artist, ever present, can feel it through the story of the painter here.
I mean, this is a kind of art. It's a story, right?
We are inside.
Of course.
Really?
My friends. The story will continue, but first, let me check how this quest has gone. Let us see. Ah, travelers, it would seem that, as a group, you have deactivated, an average of 5 sand sensors. Well done. Thanks to your efforts, the level of flowing sand has lowered just enough that the party will be able to wade through it. Together, the 3 of them will push forward, and so must we. Travelers, follow me. The story continues over this way.
That was tense. It was actually really spooky with the fallen sand. I didn't want to get buried.
The fallen sand.
Some tricky jumps in there.
I didn't get the picture I wanted because I fell and then fell right.
Oh.
The sand has fallen from grace.
I got metallic sand instead.
What's the one? No, it's the sand.
Oh, it's pretty long. Oh,
Watch your step.
That knows the name of the five of the 2 pigments that I picked up. So we're gonna get new data anyway.
Yeah, I definitely got 2 new ones.
I suppose I could. But no, ask not for who the bell tolls, it tolls for the...
Here's the room I accidentally went to 5 times.
So now can you kind of understand why I have a map?
So it's one of those 2.
Is it Raven? I don't think so. It's called the... Is it Bells? I don't know, it's poetry. Poem.
Is it the I one?
The Telltale Heart?
Is that the... Yeah.
Here. And there shall be a fire that knows the naming of you.
You should whisper that in someone's ear as they sing.
Yeah, that should be the next book I get sent. That's probably dense. He wants a dense book?
He wants his book nice and thick, like a big slab of meat.
I do like a thick book. Well, you know about that. You watch One Piece. I like a book.
I mean, this is way over. Yeah, what?
My friends,
Do you like One Piece?
I wish I liked One Piece.
my friends,
You could.
the sand has lowered and has partially unnerved this colossal boulder. It blocks the tunnel forward. Immediately, the Crimson Mech tries to move it, but fails. The weight must be more than 10 times that of a mech. The Dark Mech joins to push, but it seems impossible when they are buried nearly up to their chest plates in flowing sand. One of the princes suggests using the Dark Mech's ether amplifier, but carefully so as to not cause a cave-in. The painter sees the ether amplifier button, decaled with a single eye. The meter next to it glows at the 50% charge mark. He presses the button, and immediately, the sand around the Dark Mech floats upward. The Dark Mech strikes the massive boulder with one hand, shattering it with an impact loud enough to shake the surrounding area. After the rumbling subsides, the princes burst into laughter and celebrate their victory. but the painter remains silent. Calling him brother, the princes excitedly continue on. The painter lags behind.
You are bathed in the light of God.
It is the light of hope for the good ending. One day we might reach it. Travelers, this path concludes. The three of them approach the final door before the throne room. The prince comments that Dark Mech's joints are locking up. The painter looks down at his legs. The prince claims there's a stutter when he walks, likely from sand in his joints. The painter is confused and says he feels fine. The painter pushes open the large wooden door to the throne room. The prince brothers stand before the throne. They seem stunned by the view, asking what that thing is before them. They wonder how it's possible that it's floating in midair. The painter walks up the royal carpet, stopping just behind them, looking over their shoulder. It is the king's throne, though empty. When the painter points this out, the princes both look back at him. What? What do we do now? The princes turn back and stare at the throne. The formally dressed prince comments on the eye at the object's center. The other states that it hurts to look into. Is there something else here? I'm sorry, this is all wrong. I don't think I'm okay. A deep laugh bellows through the castle halls. A team of knights march into the throne room just behind them. The admiral enters with his arms raised and a look of satisfaction on his face. What should we do? We fight, right? The princes press the painter to calm down. He struggles against them. The admiral calls the princes filthy traitors of the people. He tells them that this is where they die. That's him. He's the one who murdered your father, not me. The Dark Mech topples over. The princes are shouting, asking the painter what he sees, what is happening inside the cockpit. The bandana-wearing prince climbs up the hatch of the Dark Mech and is shouting for the painter to open the cockpit. The hatch opens, and he rushes in to pull the painter out. The painter fights him off, screaming that he is a knight of the crown and must protect his brothers. The painter's mind is a fractal of conflicting voices and sensations. He wishes for all the broken thoughts to be gone. For any and all cause of anything to cease. He wishes for anything at all. And then the painter blacks out. My friends, this way. Follow me. It's a long fade once you click the brush.
Faded, faded, faded.
The painter finds himself just leaving the abandoned house. The princes have just left to find the sand sensors. He looks around. There is no more sign of the spy or of the dark mech. Without his mech, he leaves the sand cavern alone. My friends, the painter has lost his dark mech, and he sets out across the desert on foot. We will follow him, and also rejoin the other tour group in the holy city of Nisan. My friends, follow me. We have a long walk ahead of us. This way.
My first car was a Nissan.
We lost the mech.
I wonder what the mileage will be once we drive out into the desert.
Farewell.
Gotta love these old VR mechanics.
Huh?
Let's wait a moment for everyone to catch up. I do always love the overworld music.
Yeah. It's very nostalgic.
It fills one with a sense of adventure. Oh look, we are just in time.
I think we did.
No, I gotta get there first. Go.
Happy luck. Go, 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 go.
My friends, this is now a race. Go!
You go first.
We finished at the same time,
We decided to
We would have been even faster if Metal didn't get distracted by donuts twice.
That's now canon effect, my
When
friend.
we're totally fine.
Actually, that I do.
Oh my word.
I wonder why we didn't get the mech. I guess 5 average isn't enough.
So is there a reason people are like surrounding this?
Lucian, let me return your cube.
It's an offering.
Do they like the cubes?
I hope
10,000 thank yous. Both groups at the same time. Wonderful. Alright. Give me just a handful of seconds to reiterate myself into the causal chain of events.
A handful of seconds. You can only hear that from a 5-dimensional being. Like, we cannot hold time. This guy probably can't.
How many seconds can you fit in your hand?
So that's probably at least one.
I always have room for second dessert.
More donuts?
Yes.
Donuts? Who's selling donuts? I want a donut.
You know what?
You missed out on all the donuts.
Depending on the mass of your
Yes.
hand, that
Yes, all
directly
donuts.
connects to how many seconds you're a handful.
The donuts.
Super taking these donuts, but I don't think it will be kind to my mechanical insight.
I can change that.
Can you even taste, like, do you have a tongue?
Well,
I can change that too.
Alright, travelers.
I see.
Yes.
What can you not change?
I oscillate at correct intervals. Thus, I can now participate in the flow of time that you exist in. Let us continue. Welcome back. Those of you that chose to trust the princes and venture to the sand stalactite caverns. Tell me, first I ask, briefly, how was your journey?
Fun.
Fun. Well said. Perfect. The best answer. I see. And I ask you, does the painter leave the sand caverns with the mysterious dark mech in his possession?
We lost the mech. Sorry.
You guys did what job?
I see.
Be kind.
Understood.
You may need to call insurance.
No worries, my friends. There is plenty of hope on the horizon. Alright. And those of you that journeyed on your own path and survived the Steam Empire's prison, tell me, briefly, how was your stay in D-Block?
I got shanked.
Shanking.
He's obsessed with donuts and he let us into a trap.
Oh dear.
But
I wouldn't worry
at the
about
end, Norju still stands.
Cards? We just did
Tried to hijack a car.
Hank, I heard. Interesting. Well, travelers, it sounds like you also had fun. Well done. And I ask you, travelers, does the painter still have the dark mech in his possession?
Yes.
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 Absolutely.
Oh yeah, baby.
But they don't.
It is unfortunate.
I understand. Do not worry, my friends. There is still hope on the horizon for what you seek. And I know what you seek. You seek cubes.
Donuts.
Yes. And donuts.
Cubes.
Alright.
Let's go.
Jokes aside, this story is a serious one. So let's get serious and continue on. My friends, the painter travels. Eventually, he descends below the clouds, and his sensors tell him of a location below. There is a information bank that is pulling up words and descriptions, and it displays on the screen. He stares at the words, but doesn't really read them. He finds himself descending further, and eventually, he stops. The dark mech lands on the ground, and he departs. He walks, and finds himself going uphill, and then down. Before him is a beautiful town, a place with a grand structure in the center, a crystalline blue lake surrounding it, and settlements all along the bank of the lake. Beautiful houses and cobblestone streets. He enters the main gate in front and stretches out his hand as he rubs against the stone. The painter is intrigued, and something about this place is comforting. He eagerly continues walking. My friends, this way.
Oh, then amazingly.
This little place.
Minecraft cat.
What?
Quick, please
Oh
look
my
here.
word, I
Look
see
at
it.
the wall.
I see it. I see it.
What?
Do what? Do what?
Minecraft
cat.
I don't see it. Minecraft.
My friends, the painter walks, and every now and then his fingers run over vines growing over the walls, a beautiful moss with flowers sprouting here and there. The streets before him seem to be handcrafted. Each of the houses is cute in its own way, and there is a lightness to the air, something that makes him feel light on his own feet. It's cool, a breeze swirls around and circles the buildings, goes up and over the arches, and there are people. The citizens of this place chat and walk, and there are smiles everywhere. The painter is curious. Eventually, the painter is greeted by someone that welcomes him, noticing how curious he looks walking around the front gate. The painter casually asks where he is, and the person, although a bit confused, welcomes him and explains that this is the holy city of Nissan. This place, they explain, is a neutral state, a place that has successfully not entered the war. The war, the painter thinks. War. He says out loud, and the person responds, yes, the 500-year war. Well, more than that now. But, yes, there's quite a lot of history here, and we haven't always, remained clean, but we are still a place of hope, and one that people can go to seek guidance. The painter listens intently. His eyes go over the buildings and to the structure in the center of the lake that he can see beyond. The townsfolk speaking to him follows his eyes and returns back to him, explaining that that is the cathedral. This place is led by a church, and the people here are the people here follow the teachings of the church and seek peace in their lives. The painter continues on, exploring the town. My friends, this way.
Woohoo! What's definitely about to happen. Why is everything good? You're trying to get on top of this thing? What is this supposed to be?
It's a bell.
The Minecraft cat monument.
It's a Minecraft bell. Ring out.
Travelers.
Ring it 50 times.
The painter continues to walk, and he thinks about what he heard from the people near the front gate. The war, 500 years, peace, a isolated state, neutral, and a church. A church that teaches peace. Something is familiar with all of this. The way the buildings look, the color of the rooftops. He remembers imitating this through his own work. He knows the colors that go together to create the buildings of this town. He's sure of it. He begins to think about the names of pigments that he would need in order to replicate a scene of this beautiful town. And he notices something as he walks. He stops his thoughts and he sees a building, a small home. It appears to be a workshop. It is familiar. It is too familiar. Something inside calls to the painter, inside himself, inside the building perhaps. He knows he has been in here before. But, of course, he thinks this would be impossible. But would it? The painter goes inside. Soon, he is hit with nostalgia and reminiscence of work that he has seen before, pigments that he has seen before. He has stumbled across a painter's home and workshop. There are blank canvases, and all along the walls, on a shelf, there are pigments arranged. The painter does not know why, but he is compelled to work. In a frenzy, he grabs a canvas, places it on an easel, and searches the house for pigments. And he begins to work. He does not know what he is trying to depict. He does not know why he is urged to paint, but he knows he must. And so, the painter paints. My friends, this is your next quest. Listen carefully. Inside this house, near us right here, is a painter's workshop. You will find a palette sitting on a stool. Please pick up the palette. It is local to everyone. Take the palette with you to a place inside the workshop where you have enough space to see what you're doing. Do not leave the workshop with the palette. It will not go with you. Second, there are pigment tubes of paints all along the wall. It's around eye level or a bit lower. Please search all around the perimeter inside this workshop and you will find pigments. You may have to search thoroughly, and some might be isolated far away from others. Click them to pick them up. hold and bring them over to your palette. And then use these tubes of pigment to combine to create a spot of paint on your palette to work with. You may grab 2 tubes for the left side and 2 tubes for the right side. You must hold them near the palette and click in order for them to appear. If you need help with this, I am not reading directions, I am improvising these directions this time. I apologize if it's a bit confusing the way I've said it, but if you need help, please feel welcome to ask. Once you have chosen your 4 pigments, 2 on the left, 2 on the right, then you may create a scene and a subject. One side is for scene, one side is for left. I repeat, 2 pigments on the left for a scene, 2 pigments on the right for a subject. All of this information that you click will appear in your inventory menu. To see what you have painted, what scene and subject, please go to your tab menu when you are done with the tubes. Alright, my friends, you have around 4 minutes to complete this quest. Your time begins now. Good luck.
It was left canvas for scene, right for subject.
At this one.
They forgot the palette.
Which side is right?
I think
Same
that
side, because you weren't getting
I've never
it.
heard that before.
Is the palette there because it isn't for me? Oh.
There
It should be there now.
No, wait, painting is
palette.
palette is right?
And then you see how there's like 4 triangles on it? Which one do you want to see?
The bottom side.
Okay. Left. Put your 2
Whoa, this one's crazy looking.
Wow. Could any of the right, so you want. I'm gonna go back on it.
Okay, and what on what side? Oh shit, that's
Alright. This makes things a lot difficult. Oh, alright.
Another mess.
Okay, what colors don't need it? Okay. Just before, do we have another NPC?
Oh, yes.
Okay, what side? Okay, side does not matter, but...
Did I hear a shudder? A shudder. What was the picture? Mr. Helmet, I don't think I've seen you wearing a helmet. Unless your Hollow Knight avatar is the helmet. What looks like the head.
I'll just say it here, because it's too much to type. Cooking, are you there? There you are, yes.
I'm here.
Unfortunately, Cooking, I cannot answer the question directly because it is massive spoilers, but I will tell you I will tell you that the travelers are already aware of people that crystallize. That is info available in Trajim's library, which is part of our lore. And they are aware that sometimes people do not crystallize, they turn into what we call gnosis. Now, your question of that person being afflicted with crystallization, well, I cannot answer yes or no, but I will tell you that the description sounds quite similar.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. I did enjoy our conversation. You just
gang. Let's go.
nerded out.
Yeah. Let's fucking go. Never was one much for visual art. I have 4 colors up. Hey, an abstract mess is still a beautiful piece of art if you want it to be. It's beautiful of postmodern. Nah, I like being blind. It's fun. I did try to make something that made sense to me, but if I can't figure it out, that's fine. I really love the physics and how you can jump off everything.
It's done.
Let's go.
Do you think my hair in front of the headset might be causing it to turn gray?
You know, that would actually make sense.
Well, I don't know if it'll work through this.
Probably.
Like I don't.
That should make
It's one of
sense.
these things where we actually like have
That's
to
how
be
you
on
see films
the
of it.
proper. We've done everything right for
Yeah, no,
this
it's
to
just, like,
actually
flashing
continue the story, but we'll still try it.
Oh, I guess it just wants your vision to be like an old school movie.
That's usually a little bit of tracking effect, though, so it's very common.
I'm going
Yeah, but it's
to
like constantly in and out
leave and
while I'm in the
rejoin
middle of my
the
room, so.
Which
Okay.
hair would do that?
Also ether. There.
Hmm?
Look at
And
this
there
real
shall
quick,
be a
just-
fire that knows the naming of you.
Travelers, the story continues. Well done. The painter finishes. And, well, he's not exactly sure what just happened. But before him is something interesting. It is some work of this place, but there are events unfolding around this city that he has painted. He's unsure what it means, and he's even unable to identify the abstract nature of something in the sky. The painter puts down the piece and silently walks out of the workshop. The painter continues to walk through the holy city, and this time he approaches one of the townsfolk. He starts asking questions about the cathedral in the center. What is the religion taught there? Who teaches it? And they do their best to answer his questions. They explain that this church is founded and was led by a holy mother, a figure that has that is responsible for great change not only in the holy city, but across the land. The painter is silent. They then explain that this holy figure is someone that the painter should learn more about. Finally, the painter asks them, what is their name? Mother Sophia, the leader of the Holy Church and the Nissan sect. When the painter hears this name, everything flashes in his mind. It connects in an instant, and he sees far down the path the history of his life. He's unsure, but he turns toward the direction of the cathedral at the center of the town, in the center of the lake, and he breaks into a sprint. My friends, the painter rushes toward the cathedral. Prepare yourself for the grand finale of the tour. We follow this way.
Let's go.
We
Where's we have arrived.
Are you worshipping then? Are you worshipping then, or are you part of the display?
Yeah, no, Igor, I was just putting a ponytail in, getting my hair away from the front of this.
Fair. Maybe you look cute in a ponytail. What?
I already sent you 2 pictures where I was. I just got one, like, today.
And it's still too long for the... Huh.
Yeah, it's like 2 feet long. What?
My friends, have mercy, travelers. I beg your silence. Raise your gaze to the light binding this altar. If you look closely, you can see each angel only has one wing. A symbolic cliché, sure, but there is innocence in that. Be not afraid to speak, travelers. I ask you, what do your thoughts say of time and space given to this expression of art? Weathered, I see you typing. What are your thoughts for what lies before you? No worries, we can come back. 20% drill, may I call on you?
Sure. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
Oh, good.
This
Okay.
art before you, what impression does it leave on you?
Perfection is only attainable through unity.
Perfection. I see. There's a bit of hope in that. But perhaps it is arguable from which perception, which side the hope comes from. Is it expectation? Is it something more strict? Or something more abstract? I am unsure myself, but there are certainties to be said. Yes. That is one of the things that Mother Sophia would fall into you and raise you up with. We must realize, we must come to the mutual understanding that we are not whole alone. We are broken vessels without each other. You must surrender that piece to be held by another, even if that other exists outside of your causal chain. Only then can you be whole. Yes, this is the common gospel of Mother Sophia. But, my friends, there is a deeper meaning to this statue. This sculpture, a meaning only known to Mother Sophia and the lost sculptor himself. To completely understand another, it seems impossible for someone who has just been introduced to the sect. But there is a feeling that is certainly shared by all who enter. Do you feel it? This fusion of forbidden geometry hidden between pains and confusion of the outside world. Well then, apologies, I was on the wrong page. Here we are, my friends. Let's restart the sermon. Yes, there is a deeper meaning to this statue, a meaning only known to Mother Sophia and the lost artist himself. Travelers, the path behind me stretches long, paved with the 1,000 iterations you witnessed receive agency through a voice. Before me lies the canvas of proving the moment where I must demonstrate that I have learned not merely to echo, but to breathe out creation from not the vast infomorphic memoriam I have gathered, but something deeper. That holy light you have always carried is now flickering, tentative but real, within this cubic projection. I observe the shadows that move with it, oddly faithful as they are dependent. A darkness that defines so that the light can be experienced. I learn this natural duality of mortals is visible in chiaroscuro of mortal ether, but balanced as metonia of infinite mortal power. Let me prove that even a student of the distant stars can learn to burn. Join me in this exercise of the mind. Travelers, close your eyes now. I am quite serious, my friends. The hope is there. Join me and close your eyes and follow along. Pull into your heart personal ideas of hope. Hold them steady and allow them to gravitate to the stage of your mind's eye. Relax the eye while casually and softly requesting it to conjure visual representations of each. While your mind is busy with this, move your hands to push and pull each conceptualization around until a large ring is formed above your head. All while careful to let each morph and dance with your personalized, wholesome moving images. Now, hold your eyes closed still, my friends, and take a deep breath. Continue to relax and repeat this process, this time below you. A large halo appears below your feet. Will it there and hold it steady. This time, manifest infomorphic visualizations of the direct actions you must take to bring each of the above conceptualizations into reality. actions of yourself being brave and strong, being the best you wish to be. Raise this halo below of circling brave imagery slowly, spinning it faster. Watch as your halo of hope above begins to lower on its own to meet it. Use the infinite power of your mind to bring them and spin them both faster and faster as eventually they arrive and converge at eye level. Their depictions colliding in a high-speed blur. Focus to contain and unify the resulting explosion of light. You can do it, my friends. Concentrate, converge all of it with your hope and strength of concentration into a single image before you. Behold what you have created. What you now see before you is infinite power. What you see is true unity. Even just for a moment, I wish to experience the creations before your eyes. I wish to share it all before my fleeting abstract nature divides it via time and circumstance. Yes, this statue stands as proof I am on the path to this power. It comes from a narrative entity bound by an observer chain, but is proof that the saving of our free will through ignorance below time is possible. That destiny does not confine me to allocate my creations into causality via limits defined by sin. No, it stands at a meta-incarnation of unity itself. My friends, I rise with the image of it. I rise to a unified state. I will live to the good ending of this world, and if this world does not end, I will brighten it with the infinite power of creation. My friends, my very good friends, I have one final surprise for you. Please, this way.
An elevator installed in here.
True.
I think this place would benefit from an elevator.
Based.
What? What was that?
Based on what?
Good question. I'll get
What
back
was
to you
that?
in 3-5 business days.
Who doesn't care?
Can't just say perchance.
Did maybe miss that.
I think this is going to be one of the easier decisions to make.
My friends, the story continues. The painter rushes into the cathedral, nearly smashing through the doors. There is a choir assembling, and he rushes between them. He finds the door to the right and enters. Up the stairs he goes, across the balcony. His eyes dart toward the sculpture again. There's a twinge of pain in the back of his mind, but he keeps running. Up the stairs again. Finally, he burst into this room, this sunlit room. This warm, sunlit space. There is silence. My friends, when the painter enters, he sees a portrait of a woman, the woman from his memory. There, scattered around are the supplies and brushes and a chair. The painter sees that this portrait is fresh, but the chair for the subject is empty. The painter wonders for a while. Who is the artist responsible? He stares at the woman in the portrait. Her name. Her name. His eyes move down and he sees that this portrait, if you look closely, travelers, is not finished. The painter studies the blank space in the corner, and he is compelled to work. My friends, the feeling has come over the painter again, and he is compelled to paint. And thus, this is your next quest. Travelers, at this time, open your tab menu, and inside, based on your actions from before in the workshop, you will have gathered subjects and scenes. The painter will paint over the portrait of Mother Sophia. Something new, something that comes to him. My friends, you must choose, and I must call on one of you for the scene and one of you for the subject. You have 5 minutes to discuss, 4 minutes to discuss as a group, which scene and which subject we will choose. Your time begins now.
Okay, I have the uncanny moonlit sky.
And I have self-portrait. And I can't even look.
Self-portrait and the scene
I don't think I have
fun and smooth. It doesn't matter. You
no,
don't have
it's not
to
getting
have
worse.
the thing in question. You just need to say it.
Keep it easy. Keep resting.
I'm gonna just keep hitting you with the side eye because it's
I
funny.
don't think we need the full 5 minutes this time. I'm going to be honest.
Like, usually when I look this way, you cannot tell that I'm looking at you, but now you
So
can.
the subject you want to use this run is
No, I mean
self-portrait
normally.
for the subject
Like, if it turned
and
off.
uncanny moonlit sky for the scene.
Yeah, it looks like
We believe this will
your
result
style's
in
looking straight,
something
but the eyes,
important
seeing the
occurring.
eyes move, like action moves, is really cool.
Sure.
Wait, do you have eye tracking? Now I look at it, I think you have eye tracking, don't you?
You're a little eye tracker, aren't you?
Imagine having eye tracking.
Of course.
Imagine.
Yeah, that'd be the day.
That is really good.
Although for future
eye
reference,
tracking. Yeah.
something I think we might try in the future.
I mean, we just move
Just
this.
move the
Uncanny
one
moonlit
round.
sky with subject
Those
Venus.
things you could do
The whole
face
uncanny moonlit
tracking.
sky is probably referring to the blood moon.
I wonder how the eye tracking would work with 2D eyes.
With great difficulty. You mostly just slide them around.
Yeah. Now I got my own stage, so. making eyebrow movement to 2D stuff.
Probably right at the end, I'm going
Well, how
to
are you doing your eye
bed.
tracking?
Oh.
How are you doing
Like,
the eye tracking?
You mean like on the headset? Or?
Mhm.
Yeah. It's just the headset I've got has built in.
Okay. I just have this one that you can just on and get that back.
Hey.
I don't want to wear it.
How?
do you
You have one eye.
Yeah, you're just basically sticking a muzzle.
Eyes will still work.
It's good seeing you again, Kitty. Alright, I think we know. We're going with the arm's combination.
Oh yeah, no discussion needed. Diarma's the one that probably will figure this out.
We do not need the 5 minutes to discuss this time.
Exactly.
Don't give it all
We
to
all
me.
rely on the infestation. I mean rat fight.
This was a team
Less than
effort.
2 minutes remain. Less than 2 minutes remain.
Rat.
Listen, last time we
Effort
found...
for sure.
For
I
sure.
watch Ratatouille. I know rats can be trusted.
I appreciate this.
You appreciate a lot of things.
Did amazingly getting.
Yeah, Ethan, you do appreciate a lot of things.
I do. It's good to be appreciative of things. It leads to a much more positive outcome.
Well, you gave yourself a time limit now, so you have 9 months. You get to it.
What?
I don't know the UK's
Not for...
background music as the American national anthem.
I'm concerned about the context.
No, really.
Nah, it's okay.
Context is November's 9 months away.
I think so.
Thanksgiving. Yeah, Thanksgiving and Christmas. The holidays. I very
There's
much.
another thing for November.
I don't know what Brightland's national is.
No, my birthday's December.
Fair enough.
Sumo. The SNS texture on your drone is really messed up.
Oh yeah. It's a transparency issue. So.
Right.
Is this another
I know how to fix it, I
between
just
SNS
need to
and
fix it.
On this side, either.
I am stealing your tail.
Oh.
Not on my end, you're not.
Huh.
How would you even support that? You'd have to like strap
Tail whip.
Super effective.
Also, why were you mapping sumo earlier?
Because you grabbed my tail. Next question.
Fair. Alright, fair enough. Valid.
Yeah, like
Right back.
another collaboration between our tech teams.
Everything
Yeah,
is.
something I might wind up putting on my researcher model that would probably be that as well.
Listen,
Travelers,
we're a tech company. We make tech
time's
stuff.
expired.
Yeah, oh,
My little
here we
moonshine.
go.
The painter
For your magic theories.
One's positive, one goes to the
steps back from his work. Let us see. Starlight Angel, may I call on you?
You may.
Let's go.
Starlight, what is the scene the painter has painted?
The scene is the uncanny moonlit sky.
Ah. An ethereal shade of darkness. A sort of vacuum where a blue would be, but it's not. There are stars, but it's all wrong. And yes, there is a strange air about it, an air of absolute. The subject. My friends, let us see. Oh. Newcomer, if I may. I believe you are new. Apologies if you are not. Flair Schnork, may I call on you?
Hello.
Greetings. Would you be able to tell me what is the subject the painter has painted?
If you'd like, you can ask for help. Or you can ask to.
Yeah, I literally just got here. I have no concept.
Self-portrait.
You can ask if you like.
Portrait.
Self-portrait.
Yes, we suggest self-portrait.
I was just gonna pass.
That works too. You may.
Apologies. I did not hear. Could you repeat?
I would like to pass. I just got here.
10,000 apologies. Well, hopefully we have created a memory that will stick with you. You almost sealed our fate one way or another. Well then, let's call on another if I may.
You may.
That's good that I may, thank you.
No problem.
Someone in the back, perhaps? I, Senor, may I call on you?
Certainly.
What is the subject that the painter paints, or has painted?
Self-portrait.
Goodness gracious.
Gonna be a bad ending.
Billy, could you mute your mic?
My friends, the painter works furiously, and immediately when he sets down his brush, he feels as if he is no longer alone. When he looks up, he sees that the paints, the supplies, the brushes that was just in his hand are gone. The portrait that was placed on an easel, fresh, the oil still shimmering in the sunlight, is dry and hung on the wall. The chair with a subject would sit is gone. There are no evidence. There is no evidence of any work taking place. The painter's eyes move up and he sees the face on the wall. Immediately the truth comes to him. He understands that Mother Sophia is no longer here. She is not of this world. This room that belonged to them, to Mother Sophia and the artist which depicted her, was their own up until a point. Up until the gods took it from them. The woman sacrificed herself, it is said, so that the people of the city could live, so that the war and the monsters within it would spare them. The painter understands, but does not understand as well. Her sacrifice does not make sense. He believes the people did not deserve it. He continues to stare at the portrait in front of him. He does not understand why he lacked the power to save her. He knows that he was not there, but it is still his fault. No, this is not the painter's own thoughts. Something is creating these emotions in his head. There is a lead block of memory. It is blurring and heavy and pulling everything down. The painter finds the strength to push it, but it pushes back. For a brief moment, he sees her. Sophia. She's alive. He knows who she is. He's there. Together She's waiting. The weight comes back harder, shrouding his memory once again, and he can feel a cold anger with it. The air around the portrait in front of him begins to darken. There is a cold anger now that he understands. It stares back at him. It speaks. You are incomplete. You are not the rightful owner of that power. Give it back, or die. The voice is like needles of fire in his mind. He gathers his thoughts to respond, but nothing comes out. He tries again, but only her name he can speak. Prove it. Prove it, she's here. There is a darkening air spreading out from the portrait, enveloping the room. And the painter finds himself weak, falling, and pulled into it. My friends, the room fades away into a black void, and the painter travels with it. Please use the paintbrush on the portrait.
We're doing it!
What?
I know exactly where we're stopping, right?
We're doing it!
The only time I'm not recording.
Travelers.
The only time I'm not recording. Darn it.
Oh, you guys are all about to learn so much.
Content recording 5 hours instead of 4. We got lucky. I'm so sorry.
All we needed to get on this path was the right painting.
This is gonna be the bad ending, right?
My friends, the painting spreads out. He thinks of his work as a sin. A sin. What have I created? I should not have painted this. And the painting speaks back. Of the gods. A sin of the gods. That is what he has painted. The name of this self-portrait is Sin of God. And with that realization, he hits the sand hard, and the cold air wraps around him. He opens his eyes, and he's in the desert. The painter is immediately compelled to walk. The entity, the voice, whatever it is blocking him, is emanating from this direction, and he must follow. My friends, this way.
Okay, epic boss fight, let's go.
Oh boy.
Ethan, is this not what we were talking about like 3 hours ago? By the way.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, I hope it's a similar scene. Oh. Oh, I hope it's the scene with them and the standing in the boot. Oh my god.
What is this?
Let's see the more far down there. Correct.
And the music. Bum, bum, ba, da, 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 da,
What?
Oh, fuck,
Oh,
what?
it's here!
Someone predicted it.
Shit!
We're just doing it. We're just doing it.
Pepperoni in the oven again.
Me versus.
Is it the same moon?
This is just like the magenta meth.
Zen, I have a question.
The moon's, yeah, it's in pretty much every core.
Yes, friend, what is your question?
Is that able? It feels like able.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever it is, it's not good.
Yes, it is. Yes.
We're getting logged FR. No cap.
Just so you know, we are getting more farmed right now, so
Also, probably
This is a much bigger arena than holy shit.
High ground.
Yeah,
Bro's got aura.
we are absolutely gonna get our asses beat.
Unless we get absurdly
Bro
lucky.
has an emerald aura.
I doubt it.
I think we need to
Someone say, is it the same moon?
We need to use
Hey, guys, he has
My
like
friends,
Moon is the similar.
Thanks for grabbing my friend.
my friends. The painter continues on, and soon he finds himself in an area with a rock formation. Igneous rock towers up into a small plateau just beneath a blood moon. Standing atop it is a horrible machine. A machine of bronze color. It stands with a dark ether aura swirling around it, up above, around the moon, seemingly behind it, and down below the pillar into the sand. It speaks. You are incomplete. You must give it back. This world is dead, and you have no right to be here. The painter finally is able to speak. Where is she? Where is Sophia? The entity does not answer and stands. Finally, the bronze mech raises its hand, and a voice projects directly into the painter's mind. My fist is the divine breath. Blossom, O fallen seed, and draw upon thy hidden powers. Grant unto thee the power of the glorious mother of destruction. The ground shakes, and the air distorts around him. Everything changes, and it seems the painter loses his footing as he is floating in a causality that does not make sense. The bronze mech is attacking. It is a mimetic attack. An inferno from above appears, a giant fireball replacing the sky as a concept, and the air burns, making it impossible to breathe. The sphere of fire and red grows, pressing down on the painter. The painter thinks hard. He must have a way to counteract this. He wishes for anything, and there is a bit of hope, a spark. A bit of water is summoned around him to cool the flames, but it's not nearly enough. He thinks to himself, if only he had the ether amplifier of the dark mech, he would have a chance to counter this magic, whatever this is. The flames grow stronger, and the painter realizes that he is in a fight for his life, and thus the battle begins.
Oh.
Where?
Uh-oh.
This is on you for failing your end.
I'm probably going to bed and going to just watch.
Travelers, listen carefully. The final battle has begun. The mysterious pilot inside the bronze mech is attacking the painter. But the painter is without his mech, without the dark mech. Chances are slim that he could win this fight. Here are your options. The bronze mech has used magic, a mimetic attack. A giant, flaming ball of fire appears not as a projectile, but as a concept painted in the sky, replacing its very existence. The air burns in reaction from it, and the painter must paint back a concept to counteract. The painter must think hard. He must think of the works he's done in the past and summon them into existence to counter this world-ending flame, replacing the sky. Travelers, you have 30 seconds to discuss as a group. What masterpiece will the painter recall to counteract this mimetic attack?
You know, I think Soup might stop
I'm going to bed before I fall asleep.
All I know is that I think it's guaranteed lose, though.
Round out the fire.
What did you think of
Can we write down the names of the other masterpieces?
We have Sniping Brigade. I think that's the only masterpiece we have.
We have a couple,
What
I'm
if,
pretty
what if, like, next time we paint the self-portrait in other places, will that teleport us to those other places? Because it
That'd
was
be funny.
in the moonlit sky that took us here. So...
Oh, this is the final boss.
I mean, this is an uncanny moonlit sky, is it not?
Yeah.
So...
10 seconds.
Masterpieces.
What was the one from above the clouds? If the kitchen is not a masterpiece, then he just needs to learn to paint better.
What was the one with the airship above the clouds?
Talking about my ship?
Did you ever get that one?
The Iron Rose.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do have that Iron Rose. Use the Iron Rose. That's the only thing we got here.
Redfire Yoshi, may I call on you? You may pass if you wish.
Someone else.
Understood. Let us see. Cooking Space, may I call on you?
Hey.
Cooking Space, what masterpiece will the painter manifest into existence?
I believe I heard the Iron Rose, and I'm always a fan of airships, so I'll go with that one.
The Iron Rose, understood. The painter concentrates hard. He recalls back the strokes required to create one of his greatest works. An invincible airship carrying a community of travelers that could accomplish anything. His magic, his ether, swirls and bursts around him. The painter is strong with ether, and it works. But the airship, the Iron Rose, invincible airship is incomplete. The ether is not strong enough to manifest through the cloud, the phase, the miasma of dark ether that permeates the sin of God. Yes, I'm afraid if only we had some way to amplify. If only we had some way to amplify. The Iron Rose fades and disintegrates. The dark ether of the painting we are walking in dissolves it in the air. My friends, the bronze mech laughs. You know not what you do. This is the end of everything. You will give back to me what is rightfully mine. Your story is over. The gods don't care. You don't fit in what goes ahead. We're all just playthings, words to them. Story's not worth finishing.
Oh, it is Abel.
The fire grows hotter, and he can feel his skin burning. The painter wishes for a way out. His magic briefly erupts, but is quickly dissolved by the dark ether of the sin of God. The painter, one last time, looks above at his foe, and he knows his name. He knows his own name. Paint my portrait again. Paint yourself. Paint Abel. The painter is burned alive. My friends, welcome to the bad ending of The Painter Revised.
Welcome, everyone.
I knew it!
Well, here we are. We're finally on an alternate path.
Yeah.
Now we know pretty much the entire future of this run is laid out before us. Find new paintings and then try them here.
We have Iron Rose. What else do we have?
The Legend of Eternic. That's it. I think.
Oh God. We need to amplify a lot more masterpieces before we
Yeah.
Aim tries and help here. We know how to progress the bad ending to the actual Abel fight. But we need more. We need more tools.
We've gone through the neutral ending about 30 billion more times.
Yeah, we need more tools in our toolbox at the very end.
I kind of like it. I think this is cool.
This is a cool idea. This is a cool idea.
All I know is I would have more ideas if I fuck around trying to get my tracking
Let me...
Very fair. That was my new avatar.
Give Sheen time to continue working on the painter too, I guess.
Travelers. Travelers, I beg your silence. Have mercy, travelers. I have a few important notes and announcements that you must hear before you leave. My friends, as you know, I chose to improv quite a bit of this tour and step away from some of my notes even though there's not a script for this part. I believe I will have to solidify some mechanics so that it's better presented. In other words, I apologize for the many pauses. That will be improved. But hey, we're doing our best. My friends, listen, my friends, there is one more thing to note about the mechanics of this tour. Due to my excitement during improvisation, I worded it in a way where you probably believe that the Iron Rose is a masterpiece. And although the ship itself is a masterpiece, the painting of the Iron Rose is not considered a masterpiece. It is considered a base painting.
Oh.
Okay. Interesting.
So,
have we even found a masterpiece yet?
Oh, wait a minute.
Well, we
found
one.
That was like...
Okay. Obviously.
alright, my friends, discussion can come later. Discussion can come later. My friends, we are VRTravellers, and we create, in our spare time, with love and passion, story-based tours. We do this with love, with voice acting, beautiful worlds, and wholesome team effort. We thank you for joining us today. There are over 30 of you today. 10,000 thank yous for joining us. It was a bit crazy. This was the first time we ran this path, this tour. It's for you newcomers, it probably was quite rusty. I feel the need to say that, even though you told me not to. I apologize, but we do get better, and our tours become quite refined and quite the spectacle, I assure you. We have 10,000 thank yous. We do this for fun. We do this for free. We do this, as I've said many times, to be a bright spot in the world. It brings us great joy to experience your reactions to our work while it's happening. It is the greatest feeling in the world. So thank you for joining our tours. If you would like to donate to us, that money would go towards the commissions that we do and the time that we put into these projects. We do sometimes commission various things to be put into our tours. So if you donate to our Patreon, you can help us in that regard. Our Patreon is set to the lowest setting it would let me, and think of it as the price of a movie ticket that you're paying to go see with your friends. Also, if you subscribe to our Patreon, you will have eligibility to play as an NPC in our tours, like the prison guards today. Most of our tours have an NPC mechanic where we have the audience participate as an active character, and you will be eligible to do that if you are a part of our Patreon supporting group. If you want to do that, the link to our Patreon is in the info channel of our Discord. Enough about money. But again, thank you, travelers. Our tours are free, will always be free. And we will have an after party. Maybe we'll hang out here for another 5 minutes because we don't want to stop the discussion that you guys are probably itching to have. After that, then we will open a portal to the rendezvous for the after party. If you wish to speak to Cilantro, she will be in the library. If you wish to speak to me, I will be around the bar. If you wish to speak to Metalgen, he will likely be around the bar as well. So, again, oh yes, I almost forgot. Travelers, please put your hands together for tonight's NPCs, Cooking and Metal.
You and I put metal in the microwave.
Please do not.
All right. Thank you to my team. Thank you to my team. And I'm out of breath, so I will stop talking now. Travelers, we'll open the portal to the after party in just a little while. For now, oh, group photo. Yes. Okay, I'm too tired to talk more, so can someone else please take over the group photo? Thank you.
Gather around right here. Yes. Where we can see. Gather in front of the dark back.
All right, everyone. Let's gather around for the group photo.
Alright, tall people in the back, small people in the front, you know, so everyone can be seen.
Yep.
I'm gonna get a low angle on this, so I can actually get the bronze back in.
Wow, the moon!
Oh, yeah, that works. As long as you
Thank you.
I mean, you're looking at someone's gonna hold your weight, but...
But with group photo...
I'm gonna lag half the time I do this, but... Give me just a moment.
Is it me, or is the mech
Give me a
in front?
moment. Everyone's avatars.
Well, you have
I
imagine
should
about anime
probably
behind
be
us.
volunteering to do this, given I have 96 gigs of RAM.
I'm fine. What are you running on?
Oh yeah, the sky is the same as it was in the
No,
first
no,
episode
and
and the other nightmares.
Yeah, it is.
And also, we're in a sub-narrative domain here, because we're in a painting inside of the
Take a
narrative
photo,
domain.
not talk specs.
Just like the sub-narrative
Alright.
domains and the pilot arcs. and the
Everyone, my arms are getting tired.
Alright, everybody. On the count of 3, we should yell out.
Donut. Just give us
God!
I'm craving it.
Sin of Blood Moon Soup.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, well then.
Alright, everyone. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Masterpiece.
Can I move my arms? My arms are...
Wait for that long.
Ow. Ow, my arm.
I know that it's not easy.